Testing.
Christine.
Madam President, the time is 5:30 p.m.
Hello. Good evening. If we can please have a seat so that we may start our meeting. It is 5:30. That's my goal this year, is to try to keep us on time. Let's see. Okay, good evening at the regular board meeting of the Adelanto Elementary School District. It is Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. Trustee Kraus will be attending via Zoom at his location. Do I have to read the location? Well, I don't know what's I asked IT to have him join, so we got it. Thank you. He's not in the room yet. There he is. Are we good? All right. So we're gonna go on to 1.003. Dr. Walker, please take roll call. Going too fast for you? I'm sorry.
Trustee Soto,
Soto here.
Trustee Kraus,
Trustee Kraus, by the grace of the Almighty God, here.
Trustee Webster,
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench present.
and Trustee President Stewart.
Stewart is present. The time is now 5:33. 1.004, Pledge of Allegiance. Can we please stand and put our right hand over our heart? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, on to adoption of the agenda. 2.001, proposed additions, deletions, and adjustments in the order of business.
Madam President, we do have an item that we are pulling tonight. That's item 11.26, class overage stipend.
Okay. 11.2, is that 2.7 or 2.6? Okay, and here it's 2.7. All right, thank you for that.
One moment, Board President. On here it says 11.26 is the employment of guest teachers, and 11.27 is the class overage stipend.
I'm checking online.
Mr. Shiplet, I just want correction because my note says 11.26. It's 11.27? Okay, 11.27 it is.
All right.
All right.
Thank you for that. Okay, so 2.002 adoption of the agenda. Trustees, I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
Trustee Webster, I motion to adopt the agenda with the exclusion of 11.27.
And I need a second.
Soto, all second.
Okay, so I'm going to call for the vote. Just give us a minute. Okay, Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee La French,
Left French, aye.
and Stewart, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to 3 staff reports and presentations. Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Stewart. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, Dr. Dwyzon's voice is giving her a challenge, so you'll be hearing from me with regards to academic services. And we'll start with our amazing SIPSA presentations for El Mirage, Adelanto, and Donald F. Bradach School. Tonight, we're going to begin with Dr. Karen Ward, principal of El Mirage K-8 School. Mr. Ramon Rizzo will be second, principal of Adelanto Elementary School, TK5. And last but definitely not least, we have Miss Christina Valenzuela, principal of Bradach. They have each prepared an overview of the work they have been doing, some key results on student achievement, and also the next steps. With that, I would like to introduce Dr. Karen Ward.
Good evening, Dr. Walker, Executive Cabinet, President Stewart, board members, parents, students, and staff. I am Dr. Ward, proud principal of El Mirage School, and I would like to share with you our SIPSA plan for our current year and student progress. As Dr. Walker stated, you will be hearing from myself, Mr. Rizzo from Adelanto, and Ms. Valenzuela from Bradach. And I have a small gift for each of you, and just sharing you our Dude Be Nice campaign. All right, I'd like to give you an overview of the El Mirage School Plan for Student Achievement, our historical and current data, our 6 goals in overview, our goals, actions, and strategies with our innovative approaches, and closing and next steps. Just a moment while we get all right, now we're working. Okay, our school demographics. We're a very small campus with 127 students at K through 12. We do not have TK at our campus. Our demographic student groups include 85% Hispanic, 1.5% African American, 9% white, 1.5 2 or more populations. All of our classes are combination classes. Every now and then we can do a single class, but for the majority of the time we do have combination classes. So outlined in the handout are how our class breakup is and each attendance in those classes. Our absenteeism has improved over the past 3 years, the most recent year of 19%. We're still working on our suspension rate, but just a slight increase. This year we have joined in the AVID school strategies, and so we're very excited. The two teachers pictured here was on our College and Career Week. We also are partnering with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools to lead parent workshops. And our student store in the middle there is all set up, and then our back to school night. So historically, we've had continued growth in our English language arts and math. All of the areas highlighted in pink have shown a steady improvement. This last year, we had a significant improvement in 4th and 6th grade in math, with an increase in 4th grade at 44 points and math in our 6th grade in 51 points. For an average of 26 points K through 8. So we're very excited in that. We improved from red to orange in math. Our attendance also improved from orange to yellow, and our English language learners improved to green status. So we're very excited over that. Our student group populations, we had the largest growth in our English language learners, and so we're very excited with the continued growth in this. Steady improvement across the board with English learner students, significant improvement in ELA, math, CAST scores for all students. The greatest population of Hispanic improved significantly in math. We're still continuing to focus on literacy improvement and with an emphasis this year on writing strategies to improve overall CASP scores. During the 23-24 school year, we showed growth from mid-year assessments to the end of the year with our iReady assessments. This was the first year we used iReady, and so it was a learning experience for everyone, so we were excited to see growth across the board. Thus far, we have only administered one of the universal screeners this year, with the other one just starting this week. So we look forward to having continued growth, and it is expected that there is a drop at the beginning of the year because students are tested on the next standard. In conclusion, we had a 3-year CASP and LPAC comparison with standards meet and exceeded, where we had in the ELA, those that met or exceeded standards moved from 6.7 to 10%. Those in math moved from 2% to 7.32 meeting or exceeding. We did have a drop in CAST, however, that's not an apples to apples comparison, it's apples to oranges because it's different students every year. And then our English proficient increased from 6% to 13.7%. So students have shown steady growth in ELA, math, and CAST scores. With 6th grade focus over the last year, almost every grade showed continued improvement in ELA and math. We have a few of our student engagement things pictured here. The first picture on the left was at our fall festival with a California Help group from San Bernardino County. And then second picture, the little gal's holding a starfish, if you can't see it. And so we had a traveling tide pool that was very exciting for the students. It was less expensive to bring the tide pools to the school rather than taking all the students to the tide pools. So this was a great experience. The Omega Man Assembly, we've used them a couple years as far as our culture and climate. And then the teachers have various ways to sponsor students and show them how they're to track their improvement in the classrooms. Goal 1 for English learners. Our goal is that 25% at risk will advance at least one grade level in proficiency per their iReady assessments, and grades 4 through 8 will improve at least 15 points in their CASP ELA scores. We're continuing to have early literacy intervention. The past 3 years, we've had the Early Literacy Block Grant, which we used for intervention, and we were exited from CSI and ATSI this last year. Currently, we're focusing on language power curriculum for English learners and pull-out intervention and Standards Plus with our multi-tiered support systems. Goal 2 is our mathematics. Again, we want 25% of our at-risk students to advance at least one grade level in proficiency per the iReady assessment, with grades 4 through 8 improving in their math scores an average of 15 points. We purchase intervention material from Standards Plus, and we're starting after-school tutoring for our grades 4 through 8. And as I mentioned, our in-class interventions with the Standards Plus. Our English learner goal, we're hoping that 50% of our students will move towards proficiency, which is approximately 28 students, and that 10% students, which is 5, will be reclassified this year. The EL coordinator monitors student progress and reclassification, and the supplemental material and training with ELD instruction is with Language Power through teacher-created materials. Next. Our special education goal is that 20% of students with disabilities will advance at least one grade level in their reading and math in the iReady assessments, and 20% of the students will improve 10 points in their ELA and math scores. Ms. Phillip, our resource teacher, we do not have special day class, we just have resource. She does a number of different intervention materials and small group instruction, both in the class with push-in support and then some pull-out support for targeted intervention. Our chronic absenteeism, as I mentioned, has continued to improve over the last 3 years. We've increased school activities and teacher professional learning to keep students actively engaged. We've hired staff to develop clubs and electives and increase opportunities for student study trips and our PBIS assemblies to promote positive behavior. Our parent engagement goal is to increase parent engagement by increasing parent volunteers by 50% and parent participation in workshops by 50%, which we have already met and surpassed both of those goals. We're very excited with our parent volunteers. We have a strong PTA this year. As I mentioned, San Bernardino is leading some parent workshops on a bi-monthly basis. And we've had several parent engagement activities with our winter program, our fall festival, and we'll have a family fun day, which all of you are invited to in May. In closing, I look forward to continued student improvement with our interventions in place. We have already met, as I mentioned, our parent engagement goals, and our absenteeism and suspensions are considerably less this year than last. With the Prop 28 music and art funding, we have it has assisted in providing additional funding for special activities, supplies, and personnel that will continue to increase student engagement. We added a new course in computer graphics design, partnered with our journalism and future business leaders, and we were able to hire an additional staff to lead that, which has helped me, and so we partner with that and look forward to continued success with our future business leaders. A special thank you to our teachers and support staff for their hard work day after day. I want to thank you, Board and Cabinet, and Dr. Walker for your continued support, and we look forward to your visit in the future. I would like to introduce Mr. Rizzo, Principal of Adelanto Elementary.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ward. Good evening, Board President Stewart, Dr. Walker, and board members. We are pleased to be here tonight to present our school plan for student achievement. I'd also like to welcome and greet all of you present tonight. Thank you very much. I have some AES staff here as well. Thank you. AESD Board of Education and Cabinet, I want to just say thank you for your continued support. Tonight we will provide an overview of our school plan for student achievement. We will go over CASP data as well as iReady district data in English language arts and math. I'll begin by going over some Adelanto Elementary School highlights for the 24-25 school year. I've chosen a few pictures that depict events that celebrate student reading goals, professional development in the areas of early literacy, as well as SEL, PBIS, staff PLCs and data chats, and classroom small group early literacy reading interventions. This year, we continued with professional development in the area of UDL, which is Universal Design Learning, which provides our teachers with strategies in backwards mapping and differentiated instruction. Last year, we completed year 3 of our ELSB grant plan in early literacy. This plan included professional development for our TK to 3rd grade teachers using Heggerty early literacy reading strategies. In the area of SEL and PBIS, I'm proud to announce that we reached the gold level from the PBIS California Coalition. Included with our PD focus in teaching early literacy and universal design learning strategies, we have developed a strong RTI daily routine in the area of English language arts, and we've incorporated extended math as well for this year. RTI stands for Response to Interventions. Through multi-data points, our teachers meet with the RTI team in PLCs and use collaboration time to group students appropriately to support their specific literacy needs. For the 24-25 school year, we have 266 total students enrolled. Our Hispanic population is at 56%, our white population at 6%, African American population is at 29%. Moving to our CASP data, we've highlighted areas of growth, overall increases in both ELA and math, including science. We moved from the 22-23 school year from 5.88% to 9.52% in ELA, 5.88% to 6.25 in math. For 5th grade science, we moved from 2.78 to 4.55. Additionally, our 3rd and 4th grade grew from last year, 22-23 school year, to 23-24 school year with 4th grade making the biggest jump from 2.70 to 13.04 in ELA. In math, 4th and 5th grade both increased, and 5th grade science grew as well. Slide 6. Now we'll take a look at AES CASP scores for our student groups. Our English learners saw an increase from 5.56 in 22-23 school year to 11.11 from 23-24 school year in English language arts. There was a slight decrease in science. Our Hispanic group increased from 6.9% in 22-23 school year to 11.54 in 23-24 school year in English language arts. This data shows there is a great need to continue support of our African American group in all areas, but specifically in English language arts. We will continue to further develop our early literacy interventions and increase intervention efforts in our upper grades as well. Our teachers will receive additional Heggerty early literacy training this spring, as well as delve deeper into the supports available in iReady. We continue to develop RTI and ELD routines not only through the push-out model, where students attend small group instruction outside of class, but our teachers are required to provide ELD instruction in small groups in their own classrooms as well. Next up, we will look at iReady data from the mid-23-24 school year. To beginning of this year, 24-25. As we have transitioned from STAR to iReady assessment in both ELA and math, our teachers are continuously becoming more confident with its implementation and able to better navigate all of the support features it has. Diagnostic assessments are used to monitor student progress and to place our students on a pathway to practice based on their own performance. Additionally, this data helps in organizing our student RTI groups to ensure effective interventions are taking place. We observed growth among all grade levels from mid-year 23-24 to end of the same year, with scores increasing from 7% to 14% at mid to above grade level in ELA and math. Typically, we will see a dip in scores at the beginning of the school year as our students are transitioning from summer to in-class instruction. But this will be our launching point and hope to see increased growth as our students receive daily practice and instruction. Although we have a significant number of students who are scoring 3 or more grade levels below, we are confident that with the increased levels of RTI and progress monitoring, this will be the group with the most promising improvement. As I mentioned earlier, the iReady diagnostic assessment will place each student on a pathway of learning that will focus on the area of need and provide our students with lessons addressing those particular standards. In addition to the pathway lessons, our at-risk students will continue to participate in daily small group intervention provided by our RTI team of teachers. Our typical growth rate suggests that continued RTI support and small group instruction, we can anticipate an increase in our CASP scores. In conclusion of our CASP and iReady data indicated the need to provide the necessary academic tools to support all students in the area of English language arts and mathematics. As a staff, we will continue to participate in all professional development that increases the knowledge and use of the best possible strategies that increase student progress. We recognize that we need to particularly address the needs of our EL student learners and African American student groups by way of increased RTI efforts and ELD practices. At AES, we are committed to fostering student growth in both ELA and math by providing targeted instruction, individualized support, and engaging learning experiences. We will implement data-driven strategies to identify areas of improvement, offer differentiated instruction to meet diverse needs, and encourage collaboration between students, teachers, and families. Through ongoing professional development for our educators and the use of innovative tools, we aim to cultivate a strong foundation in these core subjects, ensuring every student has the opportunity to reach their full potential. On the following several slides, we will look at our SIPSA goals and action plan that will help support student success. Now we'll take a next one. Oh, here it is. Sorry. For the 24-25 school year, our goal is to achieve a 10% growth in ELA in the percentage of students meeting or exceeding grade level standard scores on the CASP assessment. This goal will raise proficiency from 9.52 to 19.52 for all students, including all student groups. The school will continue to implement a school-wide ELA multi-tiered system of support to address the academic needs of our students and all student groups. We will identify the ELA levels of all students on iReady ELA along with CASP ELA IAB benchmarks. We will use this data to plan and deliver multi-tiered system of supports using Reading Wonders, Explode the Code, Heggerty phonemic awareness strategies, and AESD recommended intervention materials to target individual ELA needs of all students and student groups, to include ongoing assessment of student performance, and identify ELA levels of all students on iReady and ELA, along with district CASP, ELA, and IAB benchmarks. Planning and evaluating implementation through teacher PLCs is an important part of the ELA intervention process, where our teachers can discuss the effectiveness of RTI materials and progress monitoring. Also, additional standards-based practice supplemental materials will be available to all teachers at AES. These are standards-based practice materials that could be used school-wide to improve student achievement in ELA and math. This is our second goal. For the 24-25 school year, our goal is to achieve a 10% growth in math in the percentage of students meeting or exceeding grade level standard scores on the CASP assessment. This goal will raise proficiency from 6.25% to 16.25% for all student groups. Again, and additionally, for math, we will continue to implement a school-wide math multi-tiered system of support to address the academic needs of all students. Through progress monitoring and the use of multiple data points, we will identify the levels of supports our students will need. iReady MyPath practice will continue, as well as CASP support through FIABs and district benchmark IABs. FIABs assessments will focus on specific standards which our current RTI team and teachers are working on. And IAB assessments are comprehensive, covering grade level standards which our district has scheduled for the spring. Extended learning opportunities in both ELA and math will include before and after school tutoring, iReady MyPath practice, and pull-out small group interventions. Our third goal is covering EL learners. EL student achievement will increase 7% from 6.90 to 13.90 toward ELA proficiency, with a focus on closing the achievement gap for our EL students. Adelanto Elementary School will continue to provide professional development to all staff regarding the following instructional strategies: explicit direct instruction, that's Haggerty; direct ELD instruction using SEDI strategies; dedicated ELD blocks within the instructional daily minutes; front-loading academic language development, and the use of formative assessments. Site EL coordinator will be added to staff meeting agendas and facilitate ELD discussions on best instructional strategies and the use of data from the Elevation platform. Additionally, we will use multiple measures to progress monitor that will also help in identifying reclassification of students. For Goal 4, we will be addressing supports for our SPED population of students. 20% of students with disabilities will demonstrate measurable improvement by advancing at least one grade level in both reading and math as measured by iReady assessments. Additionally, 20% of students with disabilities, students in grades 3 through 5, will achieve a minimum improvement of 20 points on the CASP assessment for both ELA and math annually. The AES SPED team consists of an RSP teacher, an SDC teacher, and speech para that help support the online speech therapist. Our regular education teachers will work closely with special ed teachers to ensure the IEP goals are effectively addressed through collaborative planning and tailored instruction. By sharing insights, resources, and teaching strategies, we ensure that all students receive the support they need to succeed. This teamwork allows us to implement differentiated approaches, modify lessons as necessary, and provide academic accommodations to meet the diverse needs of our students, ensuring an inclusive and supportive learning environment for our SPED students. Moving on to Goal 5. For the 24-25 school year, our chronic absenteeism percentage will decrease by 20% and suspension rates will decrease by 5% from 9.3 to 4.3%. To address the chronic absenteeism and decrease suspension rates, we will focus on creating a positive, engaging school culture where all students feel supported and valued. Through early identification and intervention, we will work closely with families, counselors, and community resources to address barriers to attendance. Additionally, we will implement restorative practices, social emotional learning, and proactive behavior supports to reduce suspensions and promote positive student behavior, ensuring every student has the opportunity to succeed academically and socially. AES will continue to develop and implement a school-wide system of positive behavior interventions and supports. Our PBIS team will meet monthly to analyze Swiss data, ensure that all students have access to Tier 1 supports, and discuss what additional supports students that may be identified as Tier 2 or Tier 3 may need. We have qualified staff support that assists our teachers in restorative practices, mindfulness activities, regular check-ins to support students in managing emotions, building resilience, and developing strong interpersonal skills, ensuring they're well prepared for success both inside and outside the classroom. Finally, Goal 6 addresses parent engagement. Our goal is to increase parent engagement across all school events and workshops, including programs such as PK, will increase by 20%. As measured by participation rates and feedback surveys. At AES, we love hosting student-parent evenings, including back-to-school night, math and literacy night, parent groups such as ELAC and School Site Council. Currently, we are hosting ESL classes during the day and an evening session as well. We are one of the few sites that still have an active PTA. We actively foster strong parent and community relationships by maintaining open lines of communication, offering regular opportunities for involvement, and creating partnerships that support student success. Through events, workshops, and volunteer opportunities, we encourage families and community members to engage with our school, share their expertise, and collaborate in creating a nurturing environment for all students. By building these connections, we ensure a shared commitment to the growth and well-being of every child. So finally, we just want to thank the Board of Education for your support, Thank you to our amazing staff of teachers, Ms. Hernandez, Ms. Brown, Mr. Castle, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Flores, Ms. Furman. We in third grade we have Ms. Espino, we have Ms. Sandoval. Fourth grade, Ms. Vasquez, Ms. Zillner, Mr. Tudhope. Special ed, we have Ms. Carney, and we have Ms. Poole. Because they all share a part of our success. We're working on study trips. We have, currently we're doing an iReady Growth Cougar Carnival for our kids that grow in their second iReady assessment. We continue with PD and Integrity, UDL, district provided PD and core ELA and math. Reclassification began right away at the beginning of the year with reclassifying 2 students. So we're looking at recent scores to hope to classify a couple more by the end of the school year. We have over 30 students attending Saturday school. Suspension rates are down, and we moved from red to orange level in ELA on the California dashboard. So that's AES. And at this time, I'm going to send it over to Donald F. Bradach.
Thanks. All right, part 2. Good evening, Board President Stewart, Board of Trustees, Dr. Walker, Executive Cabinet, AESD staff, families, and community members. I'm Christina Valenzuela, Principal of Bradach Elementary School, and I'm excited to share with you tonight our data, the decisions that shaped our SIPSA, and more importantly, our next steps. I would like to recognize my partner, Dr. Josephine Wade, who presently sits behind me, but who always stands beside me. She has been an integral part of our success, and I'm extremely lucky to have her with me on this journey. Slide. We would like to start with the following quote by Helen Keller. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. The quote is simplistic in nature, but impactful in its message, and it's something that we have focused on this entire year. As I begin to present our data and our SIPSA, I hope that the overwhelming themes of teamwork, relationship building, and community clearly come through. Slide. Here is a brief breakdown of our school demographics. We currently have 410 students with 69.2% Hispanic, 16.2% African American, 3.64% white, 75.3% economically disadvantaged, and 19% English learners, just to name a few of our student groups. Slide. Here are some of examples of our site level expectations, including but not limited to our learning intentions, our I can statements, and our success criteria. Slide. In terms of our data, we improved in every area except for one, and that was a slight decline in our CASP ELA scores for 4th grade, which was just over 1%. Slide. On our second page of data, we again improved in every area except for one, which was in regards to our African American students who declined in ELA by 4.57%. Slide. Our iReady data is next, and as you can see, there was a decline in almost every area. I attribute this to getting acclimated to the platform, as well as the regression we often see at the beginning of the school year. We are hopeful that this upcoming assessment, we will see growth. Slide. As a recap, our areas of strength include increases in our 4th and 5th grade math classes, as well as tremendous increases in all areas for our EL and homeless student groups. On the other hand, areas in which we would like to improve include ELA and science scores in all grades, improving our African American student group in the area of ELA, and maintaining our end of year iReady data. Slide. Our SIPSA goals were identified with a few specific things in mind. To decrease our distance from standard in ELA and math by 20 points, to reclassify more EL students and provide more academic and social emotional supports for all our student groups, and to use our formative assessments to improve site level delivery of instruction, practices, and procedures. In our attempt to realize these goals, we invested in people rather than programs. For example, the acquiring of resident personnel to provide behavioral support, to acquire Cal State San Bernardino tutors to provide academic support throughout the school day, to acquire resident personnel for ELD support, mainstreaming our SPED students throughout the day, acquiring outside vendors to provide professional development through the Cal ISP grant to support PBIS, and again, to acquire vendors to provide support in the area of learning intentions, success criteria, as well as increasing parent engagement opportunities. Our goal, although direct, indirectly supports self-awareness and regulation, which we believe will continue to support our Bradach students even after they leave us. Our data, as well as our dashboard, continue to show that our foci are positively impacting our students, with a reduction in our chronic absentee rate, a reduction in our discipline rate, and an increase in math and our English language learner progress. We are also not in the red in any of the California dashboard reportable areas. Our next steps are to continue to support our vision of developing our community with the implementation of our wellness center, community garden, and a farmer's market. Additionally, we increased engagement opportunities such as our art nights provided by Umbrella Arts, One Book, One School featuring the Wild Robot, our new PBIS store, more study trips, and countless professional development opportunities and partnerships that we are confident will empower our entire staff. I would like to thank our staff for playing a pivotal role in aligning our site vision and fostering an environment where every student can thrive. Finally, thank you to the board, Dr. Walker, and Executive Cabinet for the opportunity to speak tonight. Have a great night. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now I will open it up to questions and comments from the board to our three principals. Mrs. LeVay, you want to go ahead and? Okay, so let me wait. Just a moment, please. All right, so trustees, do we have any questions or comments? Trustee Webster?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I do want to take a moment and thank all three principals for your presentations tonight. I want to start with El Mirage. One thing that you said during your presentation that really stuck out to me was the hiring of teachers for clubs. I think that is so phenomenal as it continues to build on the relationships between a teacher and a child. So thank you so much for encouraging that. As always, I give mad respect for your future business leaders of America. I think this program is one of the best ones for our students. And so I just want to say, keep it up. You're doing an amazing job out there, and I know I need to get out to see you. All right, Adelanto.
Anytime.
I'm coming, I promise. Might have to, strap up, make it down that road. All right, Adelanto Elementary School, I do want to thank you as always. I love your presentations, your culture, community culture over there, including parents. This guy does have one of the best PTAs I've ever seen, especially with those Friday dances that he himself DJs. He does. And lastly, I want to thank your staff because with the increase of product this year, I guess is the best way I can see. You can definitely see the changes and the advancements the students are making. So thank you. Lastly, but not least, Bradach, ladies, I love it. You guys are instilling so many amazing programs over there from the Wellness Center, which I'm looking forward to hearing more about, to your community garden. If you ever need any help, let me know. I love gardening. So keep up the great work, ladies. You are really doing a amazing service to our students. And that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Krause?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year. Great presentations. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Great presentations from all of you. I wanted to recognize El Mirage. Although they are small, they are mighty, the staff out there, and it's very important that the work that's being done, especially with our EL students out in El Mirage. I was always excited to be able to go out there and visit them. And, you know, having immediate family members who are Spanish as their first language and English as their second language in my family, I know the importance of small groups and targeted interventions. And, you know, one of the things we talk about is that research shows that that is important, but we need staff to be able to do that. So I hope as we move forward, especially for El Mirage and all of our schools, we're able to increase our paraprofessionals in the classroom for those target interventions and small group interventions, but also teachers in our classrooms. And so appreciate it, El Mirage. At AES, Principal Rizzo, appreciate your presentation. You've got a lot of great work being done by your staff out there. I wanted to shout out to the HOPE program that is on your campus as well. I think it's instrumental in our district to help those students that need that extra helping hand to be a success out there. And I appreciate all the work that goes on your campus as well. And then finally with Bradach, Principal Valenzuela and Dr. Wade, I appreciate all the work that's going on there, especially with the wellness program. Looking forward to that helping out our entire community with the wellness center and then the community gardens. And with that, thank you very much for the presentations this evening.
Okay, thank you. Trustee LaFrench.
I want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you for putting parent and parent involvement first. A way to strengthen a child is to go through the family. So each one of you mentioned what you're doing and how successful you're being with the parents. And I can't wait to hear more about the wellness center and things like that for our community. I just want to throw something out there and say that, you know, because you guys received those Head Start children, maybe especially for Adelanto, reaching out to your local Head Starts and maybe seeing if they could like build a bridge so, you know, they'll be able to know what to expect when they come to the elementary schools. That could be something kind to do. I always tell them as well that, you know, go over and talk to you because, you know, you have an open arms and that, you know, the preschoolers will know what to expect or their parents will know what to expect. So inviting them in, you know, as community people, you know, they'll be excited to know where their children are going because most of them are filtering into our schools anyway. But parents' involvement is so important, and each one of you touch bases on that. Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to come and present to us. I know that it's not easy to speak in front of us, but you know, it's not easy for me to speak in front of you guys too. Thank you. I greatly appreciate your time.
Amen. And I want to say first thing I do appreciate. Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Sodo. You go first.
Forgot about me right here.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Great presentation. Thank you for being here. I know these presentations can be kind of long, but it's so important that we're informed as trustees what's going on here in our schools. So I want to thank you for your presentation. I'm glad you have a strong PTA. I'm hearing that. I'm glad we're having a community wellness center, which we will need here in Adelanto, and I'm hoping to also be a part of that as well. And I'm proud of the progress that you have made as well. Thank you three for being here.
Okay, my turn now. So I just again I want to thank you. First thing El Mirage. You know I always try to go to your graduations, and though you aren't in my area, I enjoyed going to your school because they're so cute. They got like one class per grade at the most, so I love it. You know, but the pressure is high because if one student does poorly, though those percentages just drop. So I understand the pressure is on you, but thank you for taking care of our kids in El Mirage. Mr. Rizzo, it looks like fourth grade carried the school. They need an extra treat, those kids, because thanks to them, the scores went up. So, please tell them good job, and please do it again this year. Yes, and Mrs. Valenzuela, excellent on all the test scores going up. So close to a clean sweep, so close, but you know what? It was just by that much, but it's still a win. It's still a win. So please thank your staff for all the hard work that they're doing out to there. We truly do appreciate. I know it's hard work, but our kids deserve it. Thank you.
Our next item is Academic Services Staff Report for Fiscal Year 23-24, Williams Settlement Annual Report. Tonight, there will be 3 different Williams Settlement Annual Reports that we must bring as information only. It's the items to our Board of Trustees. The Williams lawsuit settlement reached and enacted into law in August of 2004 has settled the standard for providing equitable educational opportunities and closing the achievement gap in San Bernardino County and throughout California. 4 key areas are covered: instructional materials, facilities, teacher credentialing and assignment, and ensuring public reporting of the SARC, which is our School Accountability Report Cards. This is done through collaborative walks with the county and the district each year. We bring quarterly and annually reports forward as public information. The first report is the annual report for fiscal year 2023-24. After the Williams monitoring process for 23-24, there were no schools with instructional materials insufficiencies. Facility conditions were in good repair, needing some minor fixes. And 1 school had some errors posted on the SARC that were corrected. 3.03, unless there are questions for 3.02,
No,
I will move forward.
I don't believe there is. So yeah, just go ahead.
3.03 Williams Settlement First Quarter Report. Again, 4 key areas are covered: instructional materials, facilities, teacher credentialing and assignment, and ensuring the school's accountability report cards are accurate and published. 9 schools were observed this year for Williams case inspection. There were 0 findings in the instructional materials, teacher credentialing, and SARC reporting. All schools were found to be in good repair, with the exception of a few minor fixes here and there, and 1 extreme deficiency in an electrical issue remedied immediately. All schools are in Williams case compliance. And lastly, 3.04, Williams Uniform Complaint Quarterly Report. This monitors any public complaints logged with the district in the following Williams case areas: instructional materials, teacher vacancies and misassignments, and facilities. Adelanto Elementary School District had 0 complaints for the first quarter of 2024-2025, quarter 1, from July to September. And that is the end of the reports.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go on to 4 closed session declarations. We will be taking items 4.02 and to 4.007 into closed session. Section 5. Dr. Walker. Oh, we're in the public testimony before closed session. I 5.001. Can Trustee Love French please read her blurb?
Thank you. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listens carefully and appreciate input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentations depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add.
Okay, Dr. Walker, do we have a speaker from ADTA?
ADTA?
So you're speaking for ADTA? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Happy New Year, ladies and gentlemen of the Board of Trustees and Cabinet and members of the public and our employees as well. Am I probably not at the, okay. So I stand before you today, not just as a concerned teacher and community member, but as a voice for the students, parents, and community members of the Adelanto School District. It is my hope that we gather here under the principles of transparency, accountability, a deep trust in the democratic process, and the unwavering belief that education is a fundamental right for every child, regardless of their background. First and foremost, I want to address the matter of our new trustee, Michael Kraus. I wanted to express appreciation that he is here today on Zoom, but it still should be that he is here in person. It's not just a matter of courtesy, it's the law. Trustee Kraus must be allowed to be present during this and all future board meetings in person. To deny him this right is to undermine the democratic process that we hold dear. As trustees, you are entrusted with the responsibility of leading this district, and that means upholding the laws that govern us. Another concern is the absence of the board governance handbook from the previous board meetings. This handbook is essential for outlining the roles and responsibilities of trustees and promoting transparency in district operations. Its exclusion from the agenda raises questions about the board's commitment to open governance and accountability. Additionally, the holding of the reorganization meeting without the presence of all board members is a questionable practice that undermines the democratic process and disenfranchises certain trustees. Trustee Kraus did not have a say in the election of the board president nor its clerk. By denying him this right, your officers' roles are illegitimate in the eyes of the law. On the topic of expenditures, I demand an explanation regarding the legal fees being incurred. How can we justify these costs when our focus should be on funding the education of Adelanto students? The majority of our students come from households that fall far below the poverty line. They look to us for guidance and support, not for financial mismanagement. Moreover, I ask, why is the district employing 4 attorneys from a long distance away to represent district office employees? The use of our limited resources for such distant representation raises questions about priorities. Our community deserves clarity on why we are diverting funds that could be better spent on our children's education. Also, let's discuss the concerning financial discrepancies surrounding the recent settlement agreement. It has come to light that one attorney received a staggering monthly payment of $30,000, equivalent to half of a full-time employee's salary. This raises questions about the allocation of funds and the potential for misuse of resources. Yet, while the district alleges that Trustee Krause violated the settlement agreement, it appears they have financial capacity to compensate him and his family generously, suggesting a lack of consistency in their approach. It is also troubling to see that district employees waited until October to file a temporary restraining order, which may be perceived as a tactic of election interference. This raises serious concerns about the integrity of our governance. We must remember that we are public servants who derive our consent from the governed. The people deserve answers and transparency, not obfuscation. Moving on to the hiring practices within the district, we must demand transparency and fairness in the selection process. The appointment of a new assistant principal at Mesa Linda Middle School raises concerns about possible nepotism, as the individual reportedly has connections to a previous administrator. It is crucial that all hiring decisions are based on merit and qualifications, ensuring equal opportunities for all candidates. I'm sorry to have to state this, and maybe there's more that we can find out about it. I hope so. In addition, I want to bring attention to the state of our playgrounds and infrastructure. Why did it take almost 3 years to develop our usable playgrounds? I don't know if it's schools all over, but it was mine in particular. Can you imagine being a student who can only play on the blacktop during recess for more than 2 years? That amounts to a third of the educational life of an elementary school student. Thankfully, this problem was corrected shortly after Cabinet visited our schools. Thank you. But it's a sad state of affairs that it had to take so long. Why do we still struggle with an archaic internet infrastructure that hinders our students from completing online assessments effectively and hinders teachers from completing their lessons effectively? Columbia still does not have one-to-one Chromebooks. The independent study program is basically hamstrung, and the loss of the district's phone lines during times of internet interruption is a real and imminent danger. People cannot call out nor in, making this an unsafe place to work and learn. These are not just logistical challenges. They are barriers to learning and growth for our children. We have the responsibility to create an environment where every child can thrive. Our resources should be directed toward enhancing educational experiences, not entangled in legal disputes or outdated infrastructures. The time has come for us to prioritize our students and ensure that their needs are met. Furthermore, we must advocate for a fair and competitive cost of living adjustment, a COLA, for our dedicated teachers. While the governor has proposed a 2.43% COLA, the figure falls short of addressing the rising costs of living faced by educators. We must demand a COLA that truly reflects the financial hardships of our teachers, enabling them to provide the best possible education for our children. I urge our school district to address these pressing issues with urgency and transparency. We must ensure that our funds are used responsibly, our hiring practices are fair and equitable, and our governance processes are open and inclusive. By working together, we can create a school district that prioritizes the well-being of our students, teachers, and community. In conclusion, I challenge each of you to reflect on your role as leaders in this district. Let us uphold the law, prioritize education, and work together to create a brighter future for our students. The community is watching, and they expect us to act in their best interests. Together, we can build a district that truly serves its children and upholds the values of democracy. It's about time. Peter 4:10 through 11. Each of you should use whatever gift you have received to serve others as faithful stewards of God's grace. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you for speaking for ADDTA. Thank you. Do we have a speaker for CSCA? Miss Diane Lynn, welcome back.
Good evening, Madam President Stewart, trustees, superintendent, Mrs. Walker, cabinet, classified staff, certificated staff, and all others in person and on YouTube. I'm so happy we will have our first negotiations this Friday, January 17th. We've been waiting a long time for that. Also, we are looking forward to our job description and compensation studies. Hopefully, we will receive the news soon regarding this. It's been put on the back burner for too long, and we are anticipating great results. During our negotiations, we hope our insurance cap can help with increases of health care. For this school year, many of our members had a decrease in salary due to the increase of health care. On another note, I'm happy to report George Magnet is being recognized as a California and National Schools to Watch, which means other junior highs and K through 8s may use us as a model to build their own programs so their students can also be successful. We are so very proud of our students, our parents, certificated and classified staff, and of course, our admin, Mrs. Ridley and Mrs. Beck. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and I'm very happy to be back here at the podium representing our classified staff. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mrs. Lynn. All right. Dr. Walker?
We do have a closed session item from, it was an email that was sent from Amanda Updergrove.
Yes.
And her message is, as a parent and councilwoman for the city of Adelanto, I am so encouraged by the Guiding Coalition meeting I attended on Tuesday, January 7th at the district office. It was so refreshing to see this current leadership invest in programs like this, where teachers, community members, parents, and leaders from our neighboring cities came together to brainstorm and discuss ideas to promote the success of our students, families, and school facilitators. I was also very impressed with the Learner Center Collaborative team, who truly created a positive pathway to discuss new ideas of how to shape the future of our education system. I look forward to participating in future Guiding Coalition meetings, and I am confident that the outcome will be a successful future plan that will elevate the entire Adelanto Elementary School District, students, and families. Congratulations in advance for taking these much-needed steps. Sincerely, Pastor Amanda Updegrove, Councilwoman for the City of Adelanto.
Thank you.
We do have another.
Yes.
The next is Vicky Bell.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Education members in present and in virtual world. Good evening, stakeholders, community leaders, and staff. And I just want to say a shout out to my husband for coming with me, who used to attend the board meetings in yesteryears. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to talk about the Adelanto Guiding Coalition that I attended in person, January 7th. It was exciting. And what I got from it, let me just say, I'm Vicky Bell. I'm IPRC, which stands for Teacher on Assignment, representing, I support new teachers in our school district. Back to the Adelanto Guiding Coalition meeting that was held here in the boardroom January 7th. It was a team of collaboration, a team of all stakeholders, from the community members, from principals here who were all present, principals, along with union members. We had CSEA represented. We had ADTA, which I'm a part of, represented. We even had a little one, and she was exciteful. She's one of those TK in the making students, little ones. What we worked on throughout the day was our vision. I recall maybe 20, I'm not going to date back the years, but I was a part of the vision, the mission, the values, that team of stakeholders. And it was wonderful to see us work on the 4 pillars at that time. And so going back to this January 7th meeting, it was exciteful. It was like electrifying, really, to see so many people work as a group, as a team, working on the vision. We are where we're headed, the mission, our purpose, what we plan to do, and the values. How are we behaving? So the vision and the mission was all centered around student-centered learning. And what is student-centered learning? What the students need, reaching them. It's not about all of us as adults. It's about the kids. The kids are our future. And that was just, oh man, it was exciting. A portrait of a learner. And we centered this model after the process model. A human-centered design model is a problem-solving approach that prioritizes the needs of users at every stage of the design process. And out of the human-centered design model, we were collaborating on that day the ideation model, the brainstorming model, coming up with different ideas and coming up with our values, our mission. And it was just exciteful to see so many of us coming together as one. That's what we have to remember. We're all in this together. We're a team. I thank everyone for coming out along with myself. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mayor Reyes.
Oh wait, your mic is off. Press the little man thing.
No, you guys are fancy.
There we go.
I don't typically come up for public comment, but Madam President, Madam Board President, Madam Doctor Superintendent, trustees, staff, and members of the audience, thank you so much for having me here today. I've, as a proud resident of Adelanto, mayor for the city of Adelanto, and a parent of two boys who attend George Elementary. It is an honor to be here. My family typically plugs in virtually because our schedules are so busy, but we want to just say a great job and everything that's going on when it comes to our students and their growth. Unfortunately, I am speaking here on a closed session item in regards to the process of what's going on with trustee member Michael Kraus. When it comes to these matters, trustees, remember, you have the authority to fire two people. Well, the city works this way: our city manager and our legal team, right? And the reason why I say those things is because just maybe 6 months ago, I remember we were having this room filled with teachers who were here petitioning to potentially strike because they weren't happy with their wages and the process that was going on. We just had another speaker talking about we're barely starting the potential negotiation conversations for their pay. But our legal team is, in my opinion, being reckless in their spending and not being physically responsible to a matter, right? Myself, when I became mayor in 2018, I inherited 27 lawsuits, which was not an easy thing to inherit. I inherited a structural deficit of $6.5 million, and I had a city that was depending on us changing the direction. It's hard when monies aren't coming. You guys take 65% of our tax dollars. So we most definitely understand. But knowing that there's 4 attorneys that attended a meeting in Barstow from potentially down the hill, if they're anything like the law firm that we've had in the past, they get paid for every hour that they're on site. They get paid for they get paid for driving. They get paid for sitting there. And if they're at a courthouse for 12 plus hours at $400 to $500 an hour, and there's 4 of them, that's easily $6,000 to $8,000 per attorney for 4 people. That's potentially $20,000 that was spent for them to be present. We've gone to the extreme with us in the city where our current attorney plugs in virtually via Zoom because he does charge us to drive from Orange County to come to Adelanto. I hope that these negotiations and the spending from our legal team does not hinder the fact that our teachers, when it comes to their pay, if we're going to be freely spending process and then having legal talk about trying to reverse an election of a democratic process as a solution, we're wasting our time and we're wasting our money, and we should potentially look at getting a different law team, because they shouldn't be trying to revert the process of our constituents and our residents. They should be looking at creating a solution on how he can be here present, and that is very unfortunate that that's what's being asked of a judge to do. He should be finding a way to have Michael Kraus, Trustee Kraus, here present to do his duties and his responsibilities, not finding a way to keep him away and trying to keep him out of the city. That is not okay. And if that is the advice that you're getting from a legal team, I would never do that. And I had difficulties and discrepancies with an elected official that sat on my dais. I would never do that to her, and I would never allow my staff or my legal team to do that to someone who earned their seat. So appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Have a great rest of your day.
Our next speaker is John Pinkerton. John Pinkerton, thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, trustees. I want to echo some of that, but we were in the courtroom, Sharon and I, my wife, were in the courtroom on Friday, and I was shocked that the stuff that I had already heard was more than true. The 4 attorneys that represented the district of Adelanto Elementary School District directly approached the legal counsel for Michael Kraus and said, we want him to resign. When they went before the judge, that continued, that he was unfit for public office. The judge fortunately said, I'm not in the business of overturning elections. I was glad that he said that. Folks, we got to set an example for the young people in our community. That's what we're here for, take care of the young folks, make sure they have opportunities. What are we going to how do we explain to them that the system that we hold so dear, we don't hold it so dear? We can reverse an election. That the person that is elected, if we don't like them afterwards, we can just say no. They don't belong here. Michael was duly elected. He won the election, fair and square. He needs to be here. He needs to be not on Zoom, but sitting in that empty chair right there. Friends, I'm a member of this community, not at Adelanto, but I worked as a counselor at Silverado High School for a very long time. And back in them days, Superintendent, Silverado was the high school. So most all of the Adelanto students went to Silverado High School. Some went to Victor, but most went to Adelanto, or went to Silverado. It was a high school of over 4,000 students back in those days. So I am familiar with Adelanto. I'm familiar with your he might be a congressman someday, Mayor Reyes, Mayor Pro Tem Ramos, and Updergrove. And they send me messages too in regards to this. And they support the elected official, which is Michael Krause. And I can share them with you individually if you'd like. And Superintendent, I'd love to share it with you personally. God bless.
Next, we have Angelique Jolly.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for sitting up here. Nice to see you all. Welcome, trustees, cabinet. I watched the last board meeting on December 13th, and I was kind of appalled by the behaviors that had taken place. 13 minutes in, Trustee Webster states, President Love French, it has been brought to my attention that Trustee Krause is unable to get into Zoom. Our president, Trustee Love French, states, you are correct. He is not able to get in Zoom. I'll be speaking with him after this meeting. I reached out to Krause to see if Love French did reach out to him. No, she has not. Board president duties on your governance handbook states, the board president provides leadership and administrative responsibilities, but does not have greater power than other board members. To me, that showed power by not allowing him in on Zoom. The board president leads the business of the board and carries out the duties prescribed by board bylaw policy 9121. And then if we, go back down to page 16, I just don't feel like our board of trustees is looking out for the better interest of the Adelanto School District based on what I witnessed on that Zoom YouTube video, whatever it was. So I have a couple questions. I have reached out to Trustee Love French personally and left you a message on your cell phone and still have not received any phone calls back. I have reached out to every single one of the Board of Trustees because I feel that it is important as being a union member and a stakeholder in this process that we do have good relations with you. Why does this district insist on spending taxpayer dollars chasing after Trustee Krause and his family? Who benefits from this but the attorneys, as previously noted? $30,000 plus? It's taking away from our students. For 1 month, we are all aware that the current board president publicly supported former trustee Turner. So, at different occasions that were witnessed, she should recuse herself from any votes related to legal action against trustee Krause, as it seems to be benefiting somebody, but we just don't know who. It also has been brought to my attention that one of our trustees has been told that they cannot go into closed session. I'm not sure if it's really illegal, but it just seems asinine that you're not allowing all the trustees who have constituents who have been voted in to actually go into closed session. Also, back on the 13th, the other board policy states that you should, or you will, welcome the new board member, which was Trustee Krause, who was denied the opportunity to be welcomed at that December board meeting. That last board meeting should be a replay, and you should make sure that your minutes are correct, because once I read the minutes, they're not correct, that he did not show up. He did show up. It was announced in the 13.18 by Trustee LaFrench. On December 13th, 2024 board minutes, they are incorrect. Please don't vote on those, because you did not allow him in the meeting. Us teachers do watch those videos. I hope going forward, we can build better relations with you. Thank you.
Next, we have Sylvia Marin.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Marin, and I'm a budget technician at the district office. At the last board meeting, Trustee Soto, you raised a question regarding item 16.03, approval of the school facilities fee justification report. Trustee Soto, your initial understanding was that the fee adjustment pertained only to commercial space, and you sought clarification on how developer fees are determined. I'm here this evening to provide you and the public an accurate information and to address a significant error in the response provided by our CBO, Julie Gonzalez. As part of my role, I, alongside with my colleague Katie, work directly with developers. We are the ones who assess and collect these fees. We also collaborate with Key Analytics, our contracted vendor who manages the district CFDs and compiles the school facilities fee justification report for the district. I'd like to clarify that developer fees are not exclusive to commercial space. These fees apply to both commercial and residential developments. Julie's statement claiming that the fee increase is due to the district's ability to match the local rate and to match surrounding districts is completely inaccurate. There is no such thing as a local rate. The maximum allowed developer fee is adjusted every 2 years and is determined by the state allocation board. Therefore, it is a statewide fee, nothing set at the local level. Developer fees are determined based on the anticipated enrollment resulting from future residential developments. According to the report provided by Key Analytics, there are 15,794 residential units planned for construction within the district's boundaries. These units are projected to generate 7,942 new students. Based on the findings of the report, the district is entitled to collect the legal maximum fee set by the state allocation board, which is $5.71 per square foot. However, under the district's fee sharing agreement with the Victor Valley Union High School District, we are only able to collect 67.8% of that maximum amount, which comes to $3.51 per square foot for all new residential built within our boundaries. I hope this clarifies how developer fees are determined and both provides you, Trustee Soto, and the public with a better understanding of the process. It's deeply concerning that someone in such a pivotal role can make an error of this magnitude. Even more concerning is the fact that this individual seems unaware of the fundamental details of their own department's operations. Thank you for your time and attention, and have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 6, recess to close session. I need a motion.
LaFrench, I motion to recess to closed session.
Soto, I'll second.
Soto, second. Okay, trustees, I will take the vote. Soto,
So do I.
Kraus,
Grouse, aye.
Webster,
Webster, I.
Love French,
Love French, I.
and Stewart says aye. Motion passes 5-0. The time is now set 7 p.m. Thank you.
Test.
All right, we're all here. The meeting will come to order. The time is now 9:17. Dr. Walker, can you please take the roll, or do you want me to? Okay.
So, Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus,
Are present.
Trustee Kraus present.
Trustee Webster,
Webster present.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench present.
and President Stewart.
Stewart present. Okay, going on to closed session report. I do have some items that, oops, that's yours too, that I need to report. Did you? Oh, yes, I got a lot here. Okay, here we go. The board took action in closed session to accept the final agreement for OCR case number 09231791. It was moved by Trustee LaFrench and second by Trustee Soto. The vote was 5-0. The board took action in closed session to accept the final agreement settlement for OAH case number 2024-11-06-49. It was moved by Trustee Soto and second by Trustee Webster. The vote was 5-0. The board took action in closed session to accept the final settlement agreement for OAH case number 2024-10-07-95. It was moved by Trustee LaFrench and second by Trustee Kraus. The vote was 5-0. The board took action in closed session to accept the final settlement agreement for OAH case number 2024-11-00-25. It was moved by Trustee Soto and second by Trustee Webster. The vote was 5-0. I think I read them all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. So those are all of my call outs. Okay. Moving on to number 9. Public testimony.
Madam President, can you repeat those? I believe I'm missing one.
Oh, okay. So I've got ending in 0649.
Correct.
And ending in 0795.
Correct.
Ending in 0025.
Correct.
Ending in 06449. So there's 4 OAH cases.
There are 2 that are similar. 2024100649. Trustee Soto and Webster voted.
Yes.
I have 2024110649.
Yes.
And that one was
Love French and Kraus.
Thank you.
And then the OCCR.
Got it.
Okay. All right. Okay, so now we move on to public testimony. Do we have any speakers? from AEDTA? No. How about CSEA? Okay. How about from the audience? Did anyone? Okay. All right. So here we go. Going. Nope, you can't read the blurb again. It even says no need to read it again. Okay, going on to 10.01. Adoption of the minutes. Trustees, I need a motion to approve as written and order filled regular annual organizational board meeting minutes of Friday, December 13th, 2024. I need a motion to approve.
Madam President, Trustee Kraus, I make a motion to table this item until such a time as the minutes can be amended for the next board meeting on January 28th.
So I have a thing here from that was I have to read. Mr. Prowse was prohibited from attending or participating in the last board meeting because of a restraining order granted by the court, which prohibited him from having any contact with specific employees and interfacing with the district. The order was recently modified by the court to allow him to patriate participate via Zoom only, and it still prevents him from having contact with specific employees. What's done is done. You know, we can't go back and change what was done. The only thing that we can do is just move on.
Madam President, with all due respect, the minutes reflect that I was absent instead of reflecting what you just said. And I would ask respectfully that the minutes do reflect what you just verbally said in the written minutes, not only for posterity for 10 years from now, but anyone else that wishes to read the minutes, and the public and my constituents do not want to see that I was, the way it's written, that I was absent on purpose. I was denied entry into the board meeting. As you stated, I was zoomed in, waiting in the room until I was denied entry illegally, in my opinion, and legal opinion, and the courts overruled that decision last Friday. So with all due respect, the minutes are incorrect as written, and I would ask consensus from the board for a second on my tabling of this item until such a time that this matter can be adjudicated and corrected in the minutes. The minutes are incorrect as they stand, in my humble opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we just attach this to the board minutes? Okay, so we can approve the minutes and attach this to the minutes, so that it's on the record. So I need a motion to approve to have this with the addition of this.
Madam President, point of order. My table, I did have a motion on the table to table this item. Did anyone call for a second, Madam President? Point of order, Robert's Rules of Orders.
Okay, so let's call for a second and have more discussion. To table.
I'm going to go ahead and second the motion to table the minutes, as at the end of the day, whether they're reflected correctly or not, Trustee Krause does make the point that these are our minutes and will be signed by the president and the clerk. So with that being said, I think it's important to have the most accurate minutes reflecting. So I will second the motion to table the minutes.
All right.
Now we're open for discussion.
Now we're open for discussion.
Okay, Trustee Soto, if I can speak.
Of course.
Thank you.
Of course you can.
Okay. I agree with Trustee Krause. For the sake of transparency, the minutes have to reflect what actually occurred. The reason why was if we can just pass this tonight with the conditions that is reflected, I would rather have that than have it tabled for the next meeting. But again, I do agree with Trustee Krause. The minutes need to reflect accurately why he was not able to join the meeting.
Love French? Just comment?
Yes, I too agree that the minutes need to be accurate, and I would agree to have the information attached to them and move forward.
Okay. Let's call for the vote.
And
I'll
we're
call
voting.
for
And
the
we're
vote.
voting on
To table it.
Okay.
Madam President, if I may amend my motion, if allowable.
What amendment?
What Trustee Soto and Trustee Love French stated, I amend my motion to approve the minutes this evening with the attachment that you had stated earlier attached to them. So instead of tabling this item, I am amending my motion to approve this item with the reflection of the verbiage being attached to the official minutes.
Okay, so we're proving them with the attachment.
Yeah, but
that was the motion.
Yes.
He amended. So now the new motion is to approve them with the attachment. Is what he's making.
Okay. So we're going to move to leave them as they are, but with the attachment.
Yes, Madam President.
Okay.
And I second that motion.
Okay, so amended, so I don't forget. LF with attach. Okay, I'm gonna call for the vote.
The time, we need to extend the meeting.
Okay, okay, let's finish this one and let's go on to extend it.
Got it.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Krause?
Krause, aye.
Webster?
Webster, nay.
Love French?
Love French, aye.
And Stewart, aye. Motion passes 4-1. Okay, I need a motion to extend the meeting to, let's say 10:30. Am I being? And hopefully we don't have to go that far.
Trustee Webster, I motion to extend the meeting till 10:30.
Okay, I need a second.
Soto, I'll second.
Okay, I'll call for the vote. Soto?
Soto, aye.
Krause?
Krause, aye.
Webster?
Webster, aye.
Love French?
Love French, aye.
And Stewart, aye. I was trying to wait for a response. All right, let's go on to 11. The consent agenda. We are taking items 11.002 through 11.335 with the exception of 11.27. And yes, we'll do that. Does a trustee want to pull in anything?
Yes, I would like to pull 11.15 along with 11.25, which, correction, President Stewart, Upon looking at the board docs version of the agenda and the printed version that we were provided, it does go on to look like item 2011.26 was the class overage stipend, which reflected incorrectly on our printed agendas.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we're actually pulling item 11.26, which is the class overage, and not 11.27, the extra duty, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that means we're taking items up until 11:34. Okay, Mr. Kraus, do you have a question?
Well, I have 2 items to pull, Madam President, if it's my time, but I wanted to wait until you.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I just had 2 items. Thank you very much, Madam President. 11.09, 11.16.
11.009
Yes, ma'am.
and
11.16.
which is the approval of the purchase order.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam President. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, Kraus, Soto, do you have?
I have none, Madam President. Thank you.
Love French. 11.08. Love French. Okay. So it's actually this one that's gone. Okay, so now that we've pulled, I need a motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda with the exclusion of 11.08, 11.09, 11.15, and 11.25.
Soto, I'll motion. I'll second.
Okay, so I am calling for the vote. Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee La French?
La French, aye.
And Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, let's go on to the things that were removed. Let's first do 11.08. Academic services. Approval of learning genie for transitional kindergarten. The desired results. The development profile. I need a motion to approve.
I motion that we approve.
Okay. I need a second.
I second.
Okay, we are open for discussion.
Okay, so I pulled this item because I wanted to talk about Learning Genie and the alignment of Learning Genie along with the DRDP results. And I'm very excited to see how this is going to roll out for our TK class. I'm really excited because Learning Genie is an app that I know that they're going to enjoy. It has an parent involvement component of it that is just excellent, and I'm excited for our TK to be able to use it. And as an assessment tool, the DRDP is actually perfect for TK because it's a hands-on tool without having so much of abstract, concrete, all of those lovely things. I'm excited to see the DRDP on there as well as Learning Genie. So kudos. Thank you.
Okay, and any other discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Trustee Soto,
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, I.
Trustee La French,
Love French, aye.
and Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we're going on to 11.09, academic services, approval of the sexual health and HIV/AIDS prevention instruction curriculum, positive prevention plus, with the recommended edits for implementation in 8th grade. I need a motion to approve.
Kraus, I motion to approve. Sorry, Trustee Soto.
Okay, I'll give it to Kraus and you'll do the second. Okay. Okay, we're open for discussion.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I truly believe this is something that we should have in our schools, and I'm excited to see it here. The only question I had, there was no attachments, and I don't know if there was. I apologize, I wasn't in on the original when all the edits were discussed and things like that. But was there any attachment that should have went with this, or are we good approving it as it is with just that verbiage in there?
The board, it was a few months ago, was given copies of the curriculum, the original bound, and then the one that the edits were actually done a few years ago. I think it was back in 2018, because the board approved it, like the first draft with the edits, and then it just kind of sat on the shelf until Trustee Soto brought it up.
Great, I appreciate it, and I trust the judgment of my fellow trustees to have thoroughly vetted this. And again, I'm excited to see that we're finally getting this implemented, especially in our middle schools. So with that, that's the only discussion or questions I had, Madam President. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other discussion?
I'll make my comment at the end. I'm very excited that this is passing, though.
I was gonna say that's your baby.
Yeah, oh yeah, I have something. Oh yeah. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, so I will call for the vote. Soto,
Soto, aye.
Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
okay, Webster,
Webster, I.
La French,
Love French, aye.
and Stewart, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, so we go on to 11.15, business services, fiscal services, approval of the acknowledgement of bid deficiencies with Cintas for uniform services for year 2023-24. I need a motion to approve.
I motion that we approve. Soto.
And I need a second. Trustee Kraus, are you muted?
I am so sorry, Madam President. Trustee Kraus, I'll second.
Okay, we're open for discussion.
Yes, I pulled this agenda item tonight because I had some concerns on description of services and rationale. In the description of services, it says on June 4th, 2013, a RFP was done to grant Cintas to provide uniform services. Now, this was something I inquired about at a previous meeting as to how recent an RFP was done in these circumstances. It was my understanding that it was done. So I need clarification in whether the 2013 RFP is what we are standing on.
Okay, so we actually went out to bid and we have mission linen for the fiscal year 24-25. Previous board meeting, we actually recognized that we did not have a bid in place since 2013 for Cintas. So what this does is it actually recognizes additional invoices that had come up from 23-24 that still need to be paid that were beyond the previous board approval at one of the previous meetings.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus.
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Webster, aye.
Trustee La French.
La French, aye.
And Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, we are going on to 11.16, business services, fiscal services, approval of purchase order, report listing, and warrant report listing. I need a motion to approve.
Trustee Webster, I motion to approve.
I need a second.
Kraus, I'll second.
Okay, we're open for discussion.
Thank you, Madam President. The reason I pulled this agenda item on the warrant listing report, you have the purchase order listing and the warrant listing. On page 3, earlier this evening, we heard comments about the excessive and exorbitant amounts of legal cost being paid to the district's legal counsel on behalf of the board or on behalf of legal issues. It's my understanding in December there was $30,000 for 1 month paid to Adrian Conager and Associates. On page 3, we have another $14,515. So within a 2-month time frame, we paid Adrian Conager and Associates, the board's legal counsel, over $45,000. It is a concern to all of us taxpayers and constituents in the Adelanto Elementary School District that the district is spending such exorbitant amounts of money on legal counsel. And I have to wonder if that legal counsel is truly benefiting the district or they're benefiting themselves. And again, with $45,000 over a 2-month time frame, I wanted to just bring that to the point when you had Mayor Reyes talk about the legal cost that many people have recognized and are very, very ashamed of that the district is spending. So this could be a teacher, it could be a FTE, it could be a classified member. So again, I just wanted to bring this to the public's forefront and put it on the record that this law firm has made on the district's dime $45,000 in 2 months. And with that, that's the only comment I have on this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, and any other discussion? All right. So, with that being said, let's call for the vote. Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus.
Nay.
Trustee Webster.
Webster, aye.
Trustee La French. Your mic is off. I got an aye from Trustee La French.
La French, aye.
And Trustee Stewart, aye. Motion passes 4-1. Okay, so now we're going on to 11.25 was pulled by Webster. Okay, so Webster pulled 11.2205, certificated administrative new hire. I need a motion to approve. Wait, was it 11.24. Which one did you want pulled?
It's 2.5, the employment of guest teachers.
Okay, the employment of guest teachers. Okay. Okay. I need a motion to approve.
Which one?
It's on paper. It's 11:26. Online, it's 11:20. It's the employment of guest teachers.
Kraus will make a motion to approve, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. I need a second.
Left French, I second.
Okay, we're open for discussion. You just, yes, employment of guest teachers. No discussion?
No
Okay,
discussion.
let's call for the vote. Soto,
Soto, aye.
Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Webster,
Webster, I abstain.
Okay, LaFrench,
Left French, I.
and Stewart, I. Motion passes 4-1 abstention. I hope I said that right. Okay, so that's it with the consent agenda. Let's go on to 13 new business. 13.001. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the annual and 5-year portable fees report for Fund 25 and resolution number 24.25.15 as required by government code 66006 and 66001. I need a motion to approve.
Webster, I motion to approve.
Okay, and I need a second.
Soto, I'll second.
We are open for discussion. Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Call myself. Here we go. Soto,
Soto, aye.
Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Webster,
Webster, I.
Love French,
Left French, I.
and Stewart, I. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, 13.002. Trustees, I need a motion to approve the selection of two board members to serve as committee members of the guiding coalition committee. Yes.
Thank you, President Stewart. So at a previous meeting, it was established that Trustee Soto would participate and Trustee Turner. And at this time, Trustee Turner is not on the board at this point. So we do need to select another person in addition to confirming that Trustee Soto will also be the other member that will be participating in the guiding coalition for our upcoming strategic plan and a go forward plan for our future.
Okay. Hold on. Let's approve and then we'll have discussion. Okay. I need a motion to approve.
I motion that we approve.
Okay, Soto, and I need a second.
Kraus, I'll second.
Okay, now we're open for discussion. So I know it's on February. Do we have a date?
I believe the date is February I want to say the 18th is the next meeting.
Because if it's on I hate to just say on a weekend. No, it's on a.
They're all on a weekday.
They're all on a weekday. Well, if it's on the 10th or the 17th, I can go. Hopefully it's on the 10th. I really encourage a trustee to go. Also, CSCA, we need more representation from you. It was great to attend.
Yes, the actual date for the next meeting is February the 18th, and it is from 8 to 3 o'clock.
I will try. Well, I'll try to come. So let's just take a vote, and I will ask for the day off. I mean, that's what can my Baba say? No? Okay. It's just one day. But then I got to make sub plans. But yeah. Okay, I will go. I volunteer as tribute to go. Great. All right.
And then, Madam President, if I may, it also would be appropriate if other community members wanted to join and weren't necessarily part of the committee to actually just show up and just hear out what's going on.
Well, yeah, that's how I ended up at the last one. I wasn't going to go, but I was off, so I went.
So can I respond to that question, President Stewart? They do need to let me know in advance because the space is tight, and we would need to know who is coming because we're also providing breakfast and lunch.
Got it.
And so they would need to let me know in advance if they are going to be attending.
Very important to know. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so we voted that Soto and Stewart will go. Okay, I need a vote. Is there any other discussion? Okay, let's call for the vote. Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Webster, aye.
Trustee La French?
La French, aye.
Trustee Stewart? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. I swear, I think I'm gonna get a response when I say Trustee Stewart, like I'm gonna hear an aye. Okay, here we go. 14. Governing board members reports and announcements. I'm just gonna go down the list of as the votes have gone. So we'll start with Trustee Soto.
Thank you, Madam President. Happy New Year to everyone. I hope that you all had a wonderful holiday season filled with rest and joy as we begin this new year with fresh goals and opportunities. I want to share an idea I believe we should implement by our next board meeting in 2 weeks. This is something that we've discussed before, including during past board retreats, and I feel it's time we move forward to solidify it. Specifically, I'd like for us to update the titles and roles in our board bylaws to better reflect leadership responsibilities and improve clarity. My suggestion is to change the title of board clerk to vice president, which better represents the leadership tied to the role, and to rename board representative as board clerk. Right now, the board representative doesn't have substantial duties beyond participating in an annual vote. We could split responsibilities more effectively so the board clerk has clearly defined functions while still keeping the workload balanced. This would allow both roles, the vice president and the board clerk, to have purpose and meaningful engagement in board operations. For example, Hesperia Unified School District follows a structure with the president, vice president, and board clerk. Their model provides clarity and balance in leadership roles. And I believe it's time we move in a similar direction to enhance our governance framework. As we begin in a new year, this is a great opportunity to begin to align with best practices and strengthen our leadership structure. I look forward to continuing this conversation and seeing it through. This past Saturday, I had the pleasure of attending a lunch organized by the local California Teachers Association. It was a great opportunity to connect with our union leaders, hear their perspectives, and engage in thoughtful conversations about the priorities and concerns of our educators in our district. I appreciated hearing ideas about spending more time in classrooms to better understand teachers' experiences and the importance of enhancing the physical education program here in our district. And my passion for this year since I've been appointed, I want to take a moment to express my gratitude for the approval of the sexual aid and HIV/AIDS prevention instruction curriculum that we passed during today's meeting. This has been a key goal of mine to ensure we meet state compliance. I am so thankful to Dr. Dwyzon and the entire academic services team for their leadership and dedication in making this happen. Their hard work to push this forward demonstrates their commitment to providing comprehensive education for all students, and I am thrilled to see this important step finally implemented. Additionally, I shared earlier thoughts on updated board titles and roles to reflect leadership responsibilities more clearly. This is an initiative I look forward to advancing and inspired by structures like Hesperia Unified's, which includes a president, vice president, and board clerk. Thank you all for your continued collaboration and engagement. I'm excited for the new year and for the work ahead, and I look forward to a productive and successful year. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kraus?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Walker, and Cabinet. All of you out there on YouTube watching us this evening, we appreciate you engaging with us via YouTube, any opportunity that you get. It's very difficult to be here with you, but I want to say thank you to all the voters that voted for me in Trustee Area 1. I'm excited to join the board, and I look forward to working with all of my fellow board members to make our district the best it can be. By the way, Happy New Year as well. Thank you, Trustee Soto, for reminding us that we're already in a new year, 2025. Many of you know that I was in a severe accident with my little girl on June 20th of last year. I was resuscitated and flown to Loma Linda along with her. We're lucky to be here. I thank God every day that I am walking and talking. Today was her first day in kindergarten. Many of you have texted me and asked me how she's doing. She is doing well. She was excited to start her first day today, although she still has a long way to go. But thank you so much for all of your support over the last many months since the accident. And again, I'm thankful to be here to join all of you this evening. This coming Monday is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and we celebrate his legacy and his life. And one of the quotes that he mentions is injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And I just want to bring that up because I think as the work that we do as trustees in the district, we want to make sure that justice is served everywhere, not only for our community, which I hold near and dear as I live here in Victorville, close to Adelanto, but in Trustee Area 1. I want to make sure that justice is served for all of our families, all of our students, whether it's in the classroom, outside of the classroom, wherever it is. And so as we celebrate the legacy and life of Martin Luther King this coming Monday, we all should just take time to reflect exactly why we are here, why we are in the world of education, why we do what we do. What is our why? Go back and reflect on why we are here and what we are doing for that matter. The other thing I wanted to bring up about an injustice somewhere is an injustice everywhere is that unfortunately the district demanded that I drop out of the race for Board of Trustees. They sent a letter on October 18th, pardon me, demanding that I drop out of the board race against former trustee Christine Turner. We currently, as you heard, there is a restraining order against me. I am the first to acknowledge that it is being adjudicated in the court system. And we hope to be able to be successful in litigation and removing the litigation so that we can move forward with what we need to do. But I just want to say that it was just shameful that I was demanded to drop out of the race, or the district would take my money and benefits for my family, my little girl and I, and that's exactly what happened. All for the benefit of these attorneys that are making $45,000 in 2 months. It is a shame, and I hope that we can move forward in a positive manner, and we do not have to have this happen to anyone else in our district. I want us to always remember, cultivate creative kindness, because that is something that I started when I was superintendent in the district, and I want us to continue doing that with each other, no matter who we are, where we are. Every impact that we make, we need to remember a kind gesture to somebody or to anybody really can make their day and change their day. When our bus drivers with our students first see them, to the teachers in the classroom, and make no mistake, I wear red for Ed on Tuesdays. Why? Because I started out as a teacher. I support our teachers in our district. I support competitive pay to keep our teachers here and to attract more teachers. And I want all of our teachers to understand I will be your most ardent supporter, if allowed to be that as a trustee for the district. And I will also support our classified staff, who also are our backbone in our district. And you have my full support of making fair pay and fair benefits as we move forward. And so as negotiations, as you heard this evening, we're moving forward with negotiations, which is a positive thing. I want to assure you that I will do everything I can to make sure that we are doing everything we can as a board together to ensure that we are attracting the best and the brightest and keeping our staff that are here now and doing a great job that they're doing, as well as our management staff. I don't want to be remiss without talking about all of our great management staff that we have this evening. With that, I appreciated the SIPSs this evening, and I know that we have a long way to go to close the achievement gap, but we also want to remember the pay gap. So there's two things this evening I want to leave you with. We need to concentrate on closing that achievement gap, but also let's see what we can do as we move forward to close the achievement gap, the pay gap with our salaries and benefits. And with that, thank you, Madam President. That's all that I have this evening.
Okay, Trustee Webster.
Alrighty. Good evening, AESD friends and family. Tonight I want to start by saying Happy New Year to our community and stakeholders, and a belated Happy Holidays. I would like to publicly thank our cabinet for the presents that I received at the last board meeting. It meant a lot to know that you took your time to share your support. I know it's been a while since I've given comments, and for good reason. I find myself at a crossroads where I wonder if the spewed hate is even worth a reaction from myself. And to be honest, I do not believe it does. If I spent my time trying to rebuttal the constant harassment by an annoying squeaky wheel, I would never get to do the true work that I signed up for. Tonight, I ask we remember why we came to this role. Ask that we remember our why and why it is important. No one signs up to work in education or runs for a board of education if we didn't care about the children. The kids are our ultimate goal, and I know people have done their best to distract us from the common goal and keep us divided. I ask that we reflect on some of the great things we used to do. One thing that I truly miss is when schools came and did presentations. Presentations where we got to show off the bright young minds of our district, give students an opportunity to come join us here in the boardroom, gave principals the opportunity to show off the students and staff for the creative ideas going on within their sites. And for the better part of this last year, we haven't seen a single student here with us. I call for this to be reintroduced, as I firmly believe it started out meetings, remembering our collective why. Ultimately, the kids. I want to take a moment and say that we had many amazing performances around our district celebrating the holidays, and from the talk, it was heavily supported by our families. I want to thank all the parents and grandparents and additional family members for supporting our students. I truly believe with a whole support approach, our students are capable of anything. As we start the new year, I want to return to my habit of recognizing the hard work and dedication of those in our district. I found myself missing the appreciation and kindness that was once shared. And I know this last year, at least for me, feels like we were more preoccupied with negative and fighting. So tonight, I want to highlight some positive. I would like to acknowledge our George Eagles team. It was brought to my attention prior to the board meeting that our team over there got schools to watch today. I had the pleasure of sitting in on the planning meeting with the team, along with Dr. Walker, who dedicated so much time and effort into this. I want to congratulate the entire staff at the school for their hard work and dedication. It is my understanding that this achievement is rigorous, and I hope Cabinet will consider having George come to our next meeting for a celebration. Next, I want to send my support, love, and prayers to those who have suffered from the disasters happening down in LA. It is tragic to lose everything, and I hope we as California will continue to rally the support around those affected. I also want to take a few minutes to discuss something that I will continue to push for. I would like to open the meeting back up to Zoom, allowing our public a way to speak without having to waste an entire night here waiting. It is no secret our closed sessions take longer than many boards that surround our district, and I think it is crucial to still allow a public comment for our public. I think it's practical and helps influence those in our community to join our meetings and feel engaged. And I now will ask for consensus from the board to reinstate this practice if there's any other trustee that would like to support.
T. Kraus, I support.
Sorry, it was kind of fast. To reinstate the practice that we've done previously regarding
The public comment period via Zoom.
for the public to be able to participate
I
on Zoom.
believe this
Yes.
has to be put on the agenda for discussion and not consensus.
I can ask for discussion and direction to be provided to the superintendent so it can come back.
Okay.
Do I have my consensus, Trustee Webster?
There's a second. Well,
No, we're not
voting.
doing
Yeah.
a motion.
We
It's
just
a
need three.
consensus.
Well,
I say no. I mean, we've had some people who didn't even use their real name, just signing up. You know, it was just using false names and stuff like that. It opens us up to I don't know who's out there. I mean, I understand people work. I get that, but this is a school board, and when people want to, when they feel strongly, we've had parents come and sit. And my goal is not to have a long meeting. It's just sometimes things come up. You know, I think we did good.
That was a long.
Yeah. So it was a long first time. So we can bring it back as like an agenda. Okay, we'll bring it back.
Thank you for that. I also would like to ask for consensus that we release board counsel with a 30-day letter and any other steps needed per the contract. I request that we bring to the board an RFP with at least 3 new board attorneys to consider to be placed on the first meeting in February to be representation for the board. Could I get consensus on this direction?
I have my consensus, Trustee Webster.
I have questions. Well, obviously that's a big ask. I would just need to know. I don't know anything. You know, I don't know why. What's with the change? I mean, that's a big ask. I'm sure there's reason, but I would like to know why. We would consider this, as it's a big decision. I have no information as to why we would consider this. So it would be helpful if maybe perhaps you can share with the board or myself, the public as well, maybe why we should leave or get new attorneys.
Absolutely. I believe that it is in the best interest, as we have heard numerous times from other people, that we are like 45,000 deep.
Okay.
And I think it's essential that this board really consider a second opinion before getting any deeper.
I'm sorry, trustees, but at this point, it's reports and announcements, and that's what this is for. There's another avenue to do this.
Madam President, may I ask what other avenue that is and who's giving you this decision this evening? Is that the same attorney that Trustee Webster is asking to be replaced?
No.
Is guiding you on your comments, Madam
No.
President?
It is not. So if your speech is done, we'll go on.
Point of order, Madam President. Point of order. Board Policy 0000 says the board's attorney has to be evaluated and has not been evaluated.
Going on.
Okay, I would like to finish. Lastly, I believe it is essential to review our district and make sure we are following procedure and protocol, since this is part of our jobs. I would like to request an RFP for a legal audit to be done for our district, as I did message you and request that be put on this agenda, and clearly was not, as to why I'm asking consensus from my fellow board members for 3 companies to be placed on the next agenda. And since I am not allowed to ask for that, in closing, I thank the board for allowing me to propose the direction tonight that I did, and look forward to the changes as we, a board, are able to bring to this district this year. Thank you to all that are still with us, and I look forward to seeing everyone at the next meeting.
Madam President, point of order. It's my understanding, and if it's not, then there needs to be clarity, because I've been through this as well already, like 2 times. When we ask for things that we want on the agenda, there are 2 ways we do it. We either go to the president and we talk to the president and we say this is what we want, and then the president decides whether that's on the agenda. My understanding is the second option is what was done right now, which was you express an idea, like I did as well. I didn't ask for consensus, but you express an idea, and then hopefully there is a consensus that we will put it on the agenda. That's my interpretation on how we add things on the agenda, how we do things to put our ideas on paper on the agenda for the next meeting. If I'm incorrect, we as a board clearly need some clarity, because I think that's also the assumption that's being made, that when we are making our reports, this is also the opportunity to get a consensus on an idea or some sort of way to solve some sort of issue. So that's why I made even my comment as vice president, and to change the roles to board representative, board clerk, because I'm yeah.
And I
Well, all
I
of us haven't
understand.
even got to vote. I'm down here while everybody is talking about whatever. Nobody's even asked to be my opinion down here. And I thought that what we normally do is what Webster started off saying in the first place, which was to give direction to the superintendent in order to be able to move something forward. I didn't know that we're here right now putting things on the agenda for next time, because if the agenda doesn't have any room for it, right, I don't think that we stay here until 3 days because we put so much on the agenda when we're already here half the night to begin with. So I was under the impression that what Webster was asking for was to give the direction to the superintendent in order to be able to look into it, and she needed for us to agree upon it. But I'm sitting down here quiet because everyone's having these conversations, but no one is looking my way to even see if I wanted to vote yes or no on anything. So I think that for the sake of time, at 10:15, we can keep going on and extend the meeting again. But I think initially it was asked, could the direction be given to the superintendent in order to look into whatever? And it takes a majority of our vote to move that forward. Or am I hearing something else? A consensus, right? Okay.
So do we have a consensus?
Consensus
I
for
don't know
what, though?
I know.
We've
We've
discussed
already-
like four different things, Money.
Well, that's why I'm glad we had this discussion for next meeting. We have a little bit more clarity on how we put things on the agenda, how we set things forward, because obviously this is important. As we as trustees, we want to implement our ideas and our solutions, and so we need to know how to do it in the appropriate way.
How about a workshop? So that we clarify how or what.
With all due respect, Madam President, we can't have a board workshop with the current legal counsel, as they are the ones persecuting me. So we'd have to have a board workshop once we do an RFP for new legal counsel. And that's what Trustee Webster was looking for consensus on when she and I were shut down. Thank you.
Workshops are not done by legal counsel. So
But good luck telling her that.
anyways. Okay, well, this has gone.
Let's move on. Let's do a workshop if we need to. But we at least know now, have an idea. But I think that we do need to have a set agreement. We all have to agree on how we're going to put things on the agenda, because clearly.
Well, technically,
yes.
I thought that we had a thing already in place
Right.
where you filled out a form and then you turn the form in and blah 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 blah. That's in the
I
governor's handbook.
requested that form.
Okay.
And I was told that's not how I do it.
Well,
so
good Lord.
Well, that's what
somebody's got to figure it out.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the president to provide straight answers.
Well, Madam President, if I may.
Please.
Well, clearly, we do need a workshop. Clearly. And so I would motion that we do a governance workshop.
Well, there's no motion, right?
Right, not a motion. Sure,
We just have to agree.
Consensus that we do a board workshop so that we address the concerns.
Okay, we'll turn it back over to the board president. Let's just have respect for our fellow board president, and we could talk about this, I guess, at another time.
Do you
have any comments?
Well, I did, but I mean, they're getting muffled by, and I don't even think Webster finished. I did.
I wasn't finished.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that I think there is a consensus that we do a board workshop. It's not going to hurt us. It's going to help. As a matter of fact, the contrary. We all have ideas as trustees. We all want to implement. There's a reason why we ran. We want to provide some solutions. And so we need to be able to know clearly, all of us, not just one trustee or two trustees, how it is that we implement that in an appropriate and professional way. And so I think that's the route that we should take for now. I mean, just based on the conversation that we're having right now, we need to have a governance workshop. So that, and this needs to be a topic as well. And that's just my view.
Love French, do you have any reports?
As a matter of fact, I do. Put my glasses on because I want to say kudos to George, where my daughter went to school. I do enjoy George, and I'm glad to hear that George is part of the School to Watch program. It's exciting to me. I always give kudos because a lot of times we talk about schools in our district, and people are saying, sometimes they say negative things about the schools in our district. My experience from having two children that went through this district, especially my baby that has gone through this district, and I see her at her high school where now, she has been a student that has been a 4.0 student since she walked through the door, and how she got her foundation from George and the wonderful teachers that she was impacted by over at George. I just want to give George kudos. I also want to give kudos to Mrs. Bell. I can remember when I was a sub in Mrs. Bell's classroom when I first arrived in the high desert. And I want to thank her for helping our new teachers and being there. I've been over there to see her room where she has different materials and things to support new teachers, and I want to give Miss Bell those kudos as well. Another thing is I want to also give kudos to our new board president. I want to thank her for stepping up and doing what she's doing right now. Being board president is not an easy job, and the support of the rest of the trustees is so needed. After spending 2 years as board president, it was very difficult for me sometimes to have to sit up here and not say anything. Or, I normally didn't make any faces either. I make more faces now today because I'm just so excited that I know that we are being led by Christina, and I am very proud of you. And I just want to say to everyone else, thank you so much for being here tonight. I think that our school district is headed in the right direction, and I appreciate everyone that is here. And I know that it appears that we had some disagreements, but as a board, I know that we all share our and have our passion for the children, the families, and the teachers of AESD, and we will continue to work together, and we will become stronger as a team. We're in my prayers. Thank you. We got each other. It just a little complicated. We'll get there.
Real quick, first thing I want to say, and I'm not going to say too much. We had a first grader pass away this past weekend, and I'm going to give the family their privacy. I really don't want to say the school or the child's name in respect. I mean, but just hug your babies a little bit more. Pray for the family, because I do believe that God comforts us in our lowest time. Personally, I'm here for the kids and I'm here for the staff. Which includes the district. They're my first concern. They always have been. They always will be. And if somebody doesn't like me for it, that's okay. My goal is that the district shines, not me. So with that being said, let's go on because it's almost time. I need a motion to adjourn. We're at 16.01.
So do I motion that we adjourn?
Webster, I second.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I skipped 15. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Do you want to say it?
Oh.
Go. I'm sorry. I skipped 15.
Thank you, President Stewart. I know it is a long night, and I too want to just congratulate George on the hard work that they've done. Like Trustee Stewart Webster stated, we did have an opportunity to go and sit in on some of the work that they were doing as they were completing the application process. But we also, myself and cabinet, had a chance to go over today while the team from Schools to Watch were there, and to hear how they were just so in awe of the work that George is doing. And they spoke specifically about the students and how the students spoke so highly about the teachers. That was so commendable, that they were super excited to, number one, see the students in the lower grades being able to engage in the way that they have. That just imagine what their middle school years are going to look like based upon the instruction that they're receiving at such a young age. And so again, kudos and congratulations to George School for their diligence and hard work, the staff as well as the students, and definitely the administration. And so I wanted to just put a shout out for that. The last thing I want to do is, we all have been talking about who we should have in mind as we do the work that we're doing every day. And I just want to share this video. I had an opportunity to visit Morgan Kincaid and visit a classroom where they were learning. Let's see what it looks like. And we could end on this note. So as we close out tonight, you know, that's why we're here. That's our future. If we could all just focus on them in everything that we do, oh, what a great place we will be.
Thank you. Now we're on to adjournment. I got a motion from Soto, and the second from Webster. Okay. And I'll call for the vote. Soto,
Aye.
Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Webster,
Webster, I.
LaFrench,
LaFrench, aye.
and Stewart, aye. Motion passes 4-5-0-0. Please drive home safely. The time is 10:20.